Good evening, everyone. We are back in Factorio. How is everyone doing tonight? We have our Nightmare of a Chrome setup that we currently have. And we've also got other ones that we're working on. Still working on the blueprint for it. We'll pop into that shortly. Just need to go around and check everything in the current world. As we can see, we are having a problem with titanium, which is slowing down our blue circuit. So let's go see why that's running slow. The molten is fine. Just can't. It's not processing fast enough. Got it. I should have the better recipe to use the coolant, right? There it is. So let's try and get coolant over here. That'll help this run a lot faster. Change around this whole thing. Should be fine. We have coolant right here. So we should be able to hook these up. Are we gonna shut this off right now? Kill out the water. Let the production stop, and then we'll shift everything around and shift the recipe. Come on, almost there. Good enough. Do a 5-to-1 combiner. Yeah, we do 5-to-2 actually. Okay, let's connect this all up. Hey, Ingy, thank you for the raid. How are you doing tonight? Let's go give him a shout out. I am doing good.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite. We about to get down. Get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend just got downed. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map. Go to the marked sheet. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take me to Moisty Mire, but not Loot Lake. I really love to. Chug Jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
Oh no, this goes on too long. That's most of you who came in here. You know Angie. Everybody here who's not, he is a great person in the community of everybody that I know. And what was it? You were playing Helldivers. How'd your democracy go today? That's good to hear. Yeah, so we are, for everybody that raided in, we are currently playing Factorio on the Seablock mod pack. We are very much late game, but still working out some problems here and there. This is it's similar to like a Minecraft skyblock. You start off on a small little patch of land. You have to use water to create everything. And we have evolved into this monstrosity. I'm always out of chrome and titanium and every material that exists on here. We are also challenging ourselves to not use trains. We only have one built for the achievement milestone. Otherwise, they are not used anywhere. We are relying completely on belts and bots. Right, we did update the belt track, the train track. Yeah, I play a bunch of this, I do a bunch of Zomboid, and then we try to throw random games in on Friday nights. Train needs more fuel. It's kind of a heart. We tried. Love watching. We shut off a lot of this stuff. You can see all the bots just bouncing about everywhere. But started off a tiny little area, expanded out to this. We are trying to get through everything. Our research is mostly done. We have the yellow ones and the red ones left. It's using the space expansion mod for final stuff. We still need to create our dry dock assemblies and then actually build our FTL ship to get out of here. Which, let's see if we have another rocket we can launch. Nope. Still assembling. Which is because we're out of Chrome to make circuits, to make modules, to make everything. Oh, you actually caught us while we were checking out certain things that weren't moving around, had to adjust some stuff. Got our titanium mostly moving again. Yeah, it's going as fast as this goes now. Cue those for some upgrades. There is so much troubleshooting in this. I set everything up. The scale of it was not set well, and I've been paying for it ever since, and I've been trying to build better stuff. We overbuilt the better stuff, and I don't have the materials to get it all running at full production. So I'm trying to get all those machines working while redesigning stuff that I can actually have produce. And I've also been challenging whenever I am making builds to do them completely compact instead of the nightmare that this became. So we have a lot of stuff over here that is these self-running loops. They take water in, maybe take an ore or two from somewhere else, but everything loops around and keeps it running. Yeah, that's the this alert that appears around the entire screen. That's our debt. Okay, we got that moving as fast as it can again. Best we can do there for now. Maybe, nope, we got a few better modules we can put in. So anybody out there watching, have you played Factorio at all? Even just vanilla? I know a bunch of some of the names here I saw. You guys all watched Quiet and Lala play a bunch. I think also Empire. I have over 1,000 hours in this game. And almost 400 hours of that is in this one world. And the save is at about 368 hours. Yep. 368, 30 minutes. And yes, we need about like 50, 60 more rockets. It's a process. So our big issue that we ran into is our chrome production has not been up to what we needed. And the design that I have is a split one that also did platinum. And we don't need the platinum side. And I need a lot more chrome than the ones I was doing, so we've been redesigning it. We have a mod in that gives us like a creative mode to design stuff, and I've got an idea of how it's all gotta go through another program that helps with making recipe chains. This is our main production chain of circuits. That is still not enough. 2,700 hours. Yep, that's a lot. The green circuits I'm good on. Red circuits I had to build these things that they also need modules that I don't have. One of these would have been enough, but without the modules I had to build a few more. That makes this red line that goes all the way across, which we can highlight. Goes down here, creates our blue circuits, and then our blue circuits go to these weird little triangles in the middle, and those make black circuits. The black circuits are what need chrome. We do have a lot of quality of life mods for dealing with a lot of this stuff. As you saw, I can highlight a belt and trace it around. I can also trace one specific side of the belt, and it'll let me know everywhere that it connects to. We also have a visualizer for pipes, which will let us trace down every pipe connection, what liquid's in it, color codes it. So it turns into a weird art project. Have our crafting farm here. Lots of bring materials there and then take them away. Let's go into the lab. It's a weird little space that's not space. This was what we were working on. We're able to simulate some materials that get created. And we're still trying to finish up designing a few parts down here that we don't have actually connected, which are these yellow and blue ores. We got red set up, and now we need to copy and make those two. We also ran into a lot of problems where when I first started on this, I didn't have ratios right, and I was missing machines in a ton of places. So I've actually been double checking and going back through this to fix that. Because nothing was running at the speed it should have been. So we are going to pull up my foreman view. And this is the program that I use for production chains, figuring them out and setting everything up. So, as we can see here, if I was to zoom out on this, this is the entire design that it actually is kind of mimicking in game. Just missing the other ores on the lower left. We were running into some issues where I had to redo whole sections here because I was missing a machine. And everything here seems to be running good now. Yep, this is not getting enough chrome. Okay, that... Oh, because these were supposed to be module 1s, not module 2s. Let's fix that. Machine should balance out, and they should both be working. Good enough. There you go. That has the link for the main Seablock mod pack, as well as the name of any of the other quality of life mods that I have. Any questions about them, I feel free to ask. I'll explain them out. The one that I should really elaborate more on is GDIW, stands for Gosh Darn It Water. It is a mod that lets you flip recipes that have liquid inputs and outputs, so that you're able to line stuff up a little better and make nice, more symmetric designs. The biggest downside is anywhere that you have recipes, it doubles or triples, quadruples them up for all the different combinations. It's a little messy looking, but the goal is to have the machine designs that are a little better. So this whole design is, well, designed to have all of its charcoal production built into the loops. So it is only taking water in and I think a little bit of extra sulfur, which is why we have some bots running stuff back and forth. And the end goal is a ton of chrome that my whole little setup here that's designed to void it out for testing can't keep up with. How are you doing tonight, W? Get? Okay, so we need to fix our blue and yellow ores. Get those set up, and then we also need to get the base ore design set up on each of them. So we're digging through our Foreman spaghetti mess here. Right, it's going to create a bunch of extra lime. It's fine. We'll find a use for it. Looks like I didn't go through and set some modules on stuff here. Give me one moment while I fix this up, and then we'll actually start placing it out. Okay, that looks good. And this is also going to need a little bit of extra fluorite ore. If we have production elsewhere in the base, the bots will take it over and help with that. Build some roboports into the design, because it's going to need logistics to go throughout the whole thing once we actually place it in the real world. Also, trying out a little bit more music today. Got a random little mix going on right now, and then it's going to default back to a lot of my usual stuff. And it's be a bunch of chiptune or sometimes jazz. Feel free to hang out, listen to the music, and watch factories do factory things. Yes, we get sass from you, Raven. This factory is growing. Should be able to copy this part over. Start setting that up for our other leaching plants here for Jive Light. Doing a quick look here. I could actually copy a decent amount of that. Most of the numbers should be the same. Most. I have to change up some stuff around here. That's all this left side. Come back to that though. Yeah, this is cutting down development time a bit. little bit extra here that we can cut out. We do have to tear down a good chunk of this to redo it. I want to change this to hydrofluoric acid synth. We will completely rework this area. Don't need the nitrogen again. Here's our main hydro plants. Mineralized water just gets vented off. To get sulfuric acid, the fluoride ore. We also need to get the fluoride ore going where it needs to. That is set up correctly. That's good. Need extra, so set up this. There is, should be in logistics range, yeah, okay. Just don't have it set up here. That is what we use in this little creative area to test supplying resources as we need them. We also have these sinks right now for extra materials that are just getting overprocessed and discarded. I just don't have that part set up, and it's going to be multiplied by all of these different little sections. So we're going to wait on actually setting that up till all three are done. Saline's just getting vented. Is correct. Probably a little bit extra production here, but that's fine. I don't need to change around that much. Do need a part that I actually removed, so let's copy it again. And it needs a little bit more room because we have to bring in some excess that comes from up here. put that there instead. We can line that right up next to each other without them connecting. I do have to remember that these sulfurs are also going to be coming from elsewhere once that's designed. It's going to be kind of interesting to get it in there, but we can make a belt underground across here to do that. So, anybody out there, have you played Nightingale yet today? Saw a lot of people playing that today. Is anybody planning to play it in the next few days? And then there's even what Angie was playing, Helldivers 2. Who else has been playing that? Plan to maybe get that in the near future. I am still very much sucked into Project Zomboid right now. I've been helping out with Quiet and Lollip's community server, keeping that running in the second iteration of it after the first one save got lost. So I've been doing 16 times population. I started last week, and I've been kind of surviving in that. Okay, that's all set. I think this is all actually good to turn on. All this needs is some power to test. So we'll bridge the power lines. And I gave it the wrong material to start with. And actually, I forgot to do something the last time I streamed, so I'm going to do it now. I forgot to shout out one person, and since there's a few of you here, I may as well do that. Their name is Coffee. They are another VTuber. They are great. They played a bunch of Payday 2, Final Fantasy, Darkest Dungeon. They play a ton of different games. So, you like high energy streams and a lot of community interaction? Go check her out.
Man, my family played Apples to Apples, which is like the, the like PG version of Cards Against Humanity. And then my stepmom.
Yeah, that's about how her streams go. Ow, ow, ow. Right, we set that redeem up last week. And why is this not doing what it's supposed to? Because we didn't set up the filter there, right? And all the belts are a mess. Okay, simple fix. Pick it up, place it down. We have it going through here. It sorts out all the ore everywhere. Crushed stone goes off to nowhere. Now everything seems to be doing what it needs to. Oh, it is gonna run into some problem. That's why we forgot to put that there. This was stopping its own production. Now we need our lime to go to a warehouse. Or two. And that becomes a later issue when that fills up. That gets everything going. Now we have to route these 3 output lines into here. Let's keep it lined up with this and just shift it over. Yep, lined up. we're gonna have to go up and around with this. Auto underground belts doesn't work in this test lab. Sadly, I have to constantly manually make them. That should get everything to where it needs to go. One more material down. And we'll copy this real quick over here. You seem like you should be going faster. No, that's fine. You're missing your module. Yep, that's all good. And that might be why I wasn't getting enough oxygen. Why aren't you getting enough chunks? Because our wastewater is not getting dealt with fast enough. Because the modules are wrong. Make it go faster. Oh, that's weird. Is that from an overflow test? Yeah. I actually have to build that in here. Just to keep everything flowing a little better. little efficiency gains. That's looking pretty good. Well, this is still not going full speed that it should. For some reason. What are you not getting enough of? You're not getting enough ferrous powder. Still having a problem here. Got it. Oh, milling drums are just not processing fast enough. Got it. Somehow. So this is not processing. Not getting enough residual gas. This whole thing is overfilled. We need a overflow vent into the synth gas line. Do that up here. Also, I have ads coming in a minute. Ads are usually a good time for a quick little break. So I'm probably going to do a quick little 5-minute break. That way nobody misses out on anything. Me losing my mind anywhere on this. Do it like a 3-minute break. We'll do an ad break length break. So I will see everybody in about 3 minutes. Take that time, stretch, get a drink of water, use the facilities, take your meds if you haven't. I know a few people out there should probably take their meds, like me and Raven. It's in the room with me. So be right back. Alright, welcome back. This is definitely running full speed now, which is good. Actually, it's hard to see on these belts because they move so fast, but the milling drums are actually building a backlog on this side. Which means everything up here is constantly running now. This last one's not going to consistently run, but doing its best. Everybody should be back from. Welcome back. We do have a mod in that gives us these little indicators on everything. You'll see red if there's an ingredient shortage or an output overflow where it can't work. We'll also do a yellow if there's some minor issue, or green if it's working however it should. It is a good way to quick look at stuff and see if there's a problem somewhere. And that's what we're doing right now. We're making sure that everything is running as fast as it should be. This is multi-step in its entirety. The main thing is that we are producing all of these materials and everything is getting consumed up. We are going to have a ton of excess iron getting created from this, which once again, our overflow solution. Yeah. I'll probably have to add a few more warehouses when we actually finalize the design. The good news is I could shut off a lot of my other iron production when setting this up. Okay, now this looks good. Let's get our final setup designed. This one is going to require a little bit of a different design. I also forgot to put all the modules in it. Go through it real quick and set that all up. Okay, so we should still be able to copy most of our design. And we'll take the red design, copy that one again. Just clean out a bunch of stuff. And this is for saprite. Shift everything over to the dark blue. And the blue geodes. The geodes is a part of this mod pack where a lot of people tend to burn out. I was one of those. I kept playing this. I would burn out like 30 hours in. Stop playing it, come back to it a month later, forget where I was, start it again, get up to geodes, remember why I hated it. And I use this as a starting point for streaming. And it was this world that I started with. So we are trying to finish this up. Okay, that should be all the main recipe changes. Now we just have to adjust this area. She's going to be doing sulfuric acid right away. Don't need that. Alright. Clean those pipes up. What do we need here? Do not need as much stuff. We can leave those in. Just change out their modules, and that matches up to what we need. We don't need all that. Cut out a lot of these pipes. And that'll be good now. Very similar. Let's deal with our sulfur, because we're not going to need the extra from here. Pull from here, right into there. Is that not? It's not the right one. whole thing's going to change. Place it down here. We're going to need this overflow belt because that's how we're going to get our sulfur to our other spots that need it. Output priority here, so it keeps the loop going. And we will need to actually set up overflow for the sulfuric wastewater like we did just before with the other one. Okay. So you pick it up, place it down real quick to reset everything, and we'll test it out. I'm going to put a balancer in here, I think. Keep everything coming out over here, filled on both sides. This is a very universal little design for anybody that has played Factorio and never really learned it. It'll make sure that anything that's only coming in on one side of a belt on one side will get split to both sides. So you're actually utilizing the entire belt to get stuff down range. That'll decrease the angle. So there is a mod in here, which is why you see me being able to tweak around the inputs and outputs on inserters, called Bob's Inserters. Which allows me to adjust things and get the angles down so that it's transferring in faster. Okay, so that's all good. Everything's stopping because all the outputs are full. So let's move this over. Maybe I should have kept that in. But we wanted to keep it clean while we were designing it. Okay, so we want to get it past here. route it around this, clean it up. And there we go. Those are all connected in. Doing its thing. We need to get the sulfur set up now. We get sulfur to here, and we also need to continue it past. A little messy. Like right across here. We have to get that to here. So down here. Go up one tier of belts to reach. Okay, so should be able to now just take this whole thing, replace it all, and everything should kick on. So we're gonna have to wait for this side to start because it needs the sulfur from here. That's part of the way that I've been designing everything. The bots are going around because when you copy and paste stuff, it doesn't put the modules in. The bots are placing all the modules into everything. It's remembered, it just doesn't create it. What happened here? Oh, why? Because I had this doing a priority there first. That's why. So that's gonna. These two are gonna fill up, and then the other lines will fill up. That was to make sure that the whole bottom of this design, everything pushes up first. Kind of like what Anger was saying earlier. It's debugging. This is kind of software development. creating little modules, copying, editing little parts. It's all functions. Which is also why it looks like a circuit board. Okay, so that's all starting to fill back up. So now we have to deal with these outputs and finish up the inputs. Which the inputs I can copy from other designs that I have. And we can save ourselves some sanity there. It's all stuff that's going to need modules, which this is all going to help fix. It'll start a little slow and then kick itself up to speed. Everything's going good up here. A little slow. We're not getting enough ferrous concentrate. Which these all seem to be going fine. Oh, now everything has went green. It probably was just ramping itself back up. This whole thing is messy. And this is not outputting enough. Something broke. So we're not getting any nitrogen. Oh, because I copied it, the catalysts need their carriers. Forgot to place those. And that should work full speed then. This whole setup here needs the nitric acid. The nitric acid has two different ways to get produced. It was only relying off the one, hence the production speed was slow. But now that we got the catalysts in here, this side should start producing soon. It's going a little slow. Still slow for some reason. Probably because everything that I design hates me. Okay, so why are you out of oxygen? Because we had you only set up as an overflow. I don't know why we have you only as an overflow up here. Let's put modules in here. I think that might be the issue. Probably needed modules and I missed them in the design. No, it's there as two. But that should help it out. Yeah, because that'll back up. This will stop working and then it lets it into there. Oh, because we're creating some here. That's what it was. We were creating hydrogen, which we were also getting oxygen, so we were just using that. That's why we have the top up here. Still don't know why I have that. Oh, that's there to make sure there's buffer, that this can always be working for the hydrogen. That's why we did that. The way we could really do it is just have an overflow. Like outside of that, don't really have the room to design that in here. Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna get in the way of that. Unless we... little overflow line. Should keep it running. Keep this running as it needs to, but help with the flow up to this. Everything's looking good. I'm gonna give it a second because all these changes take maybe a minute to change upstream. Okay, so yep, now let's work on all of our overflows. So these are making both crushed stone and crystal dust, which we have coming down to 2 separate little setups that are just going to void them all off. We're going to try and design those. I think we'll just design them over here. We're going to have to pass it along, make a mess. Because we have to go past this mess. Actually, we could do it. Do green belt, underground belts. This is going to come out to 97. It's going to come down through this. We are going to have to upgrade these to... Nope, we're just going to keep it over here and deal with it over here because we don't have belt that can do 97. Max we have 75, so save myself the sanity on dealing with the split belt, trying to balance it all. The design little thing is up in here. Simple, simple, simple. So, calculations here. Need like 2 of these like that. Can we get this down to, no, we can't get it down to exactly 3. That, a liquefier. And then we need some water. We're gonna need for about a third of this. 17. Need about 6 of them here. And there we go. Take this, and we see where we can fit it in. If we have to adjust it, we adjust it. Get there. 6. And that kind of works. Keep that belt completely moving. It should. Still need to get this going somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, so that's a lot less. We can keep this one moving along. Alright, we need to copy over here. Why? Why did you stop working? Oh, you stopped working because everything else stopped working because we don't have any red because that's completely backed up. Let's get this design, which was also using sulfur. Oh. Okay, that's not too hard to split off. So we can split that off somewhere around here. We'll prioritize it going down there to deal with voiding off. Okay, so designing this whole little mess. Because it needs a little bit of sulfuric acid, turn it into a slurry and get rid of it. Probably adjust where this is combining. Fine. It's our end goal. Is what are we doing? Did I put the wrong machine here? I put the wrong machine. Chemical plant, air separation. Swap the recipe using gosh darn it water. Keeps it lining up nice. Those only to be module ones. A little bit of power down here. That's not lined up right. Go me. That's messier. Just move it the other way here. We also need that. Okay, provide. Come from one of these. Set it up like that. Somehow have the spaceport magically. We don't need any modules in any of these. So give it a little bit. It works on the backlog, gets everything moving again. Hopefully. And then I'm going to introduce down here, we have in my horrible blueprint book that is a nightmare of everything. I have all these ore designs. And we're going to take some of these and just attach them down here for each of our colors. Modify it a little bit, looks like, because we already have this here, but we'll work it into the blueprint here once we have everything else working. We shouldn't have any more inputs at this point. These should be the only 3 simulated inputs in the design directly. A lot of infinite pipes with water. I make these little bulbs to remind myself where I have to blast a hole in the ground. And we place down an actual full pump because the amount of water it needs. Trying to use those small tiny pumps, there would be a ton of them. And then you also run into the pipe flow issue, which there's a whole thing in the fluid system section of the Factorio wiki. Basically, if you start filling up pipes too much and trying to push too much liquid down them, they will actually stop after a certain distance. You have to use pumps to keep everything moving. We did have to do that here. We have some pumps. They're helping keep the liquid moving downstream. But it starts getting crazy where you basically need a pump and then a pipe and then a pump with nothing else in between to keep high volumes of stuff moving down. So sometimes it's easier to try and split everything up wherever you can and keep the pipe length short. It is around the 1200 point that you need to worry about putting pumps in after a noticeable amount of blocks. We are still having a little bit of production issues since these shouldn't be that filled. Or we're all green. Everything's green. We got the one off, but that was because I built, I think, one extra machine in here to make it look symmetrical. Everything's green here, nothing's short. Everything's moving. And it's going to show some problems, but that's an acceptable problem for that machine to be waiting. Our big thing is here, everything's moving, as it should now, both machines. We are getting a full production speed. I actually ran into a problem with one of my other designs where after it was running for about, I think 4 hours, it suddenly would break down and die in like a minute. And it made no sense. It turned out I needed a little bit more of a buffer of a liquid, which I tend to now put everywhere. These little tanks, these small storage tanks, I'll place them in between stuff. It gave me a little bit more of a well for a certain type of liquid and how much was moving through to not cause another liquid to overflow too much, and then it turned into a sulfur negative loop instead of a sulfur positive loop. And I'm out of tea, so we go back to water. That's all good. We can get rid of this. Gonna probably have to make sure that we have another one of these built into it. Yeah. So we do that there. And now we need to get these 3 setups. I'm gonna go place it like that. Just for now. Just want to get them out because we have to edit the top of them. These were designed to output the crushed version, but they were also using up the crushed stone. Actually, I am doing this. Double check some of the math here. The goal of this was to have 45 a second come out, which is what this whole thing does when it's running at proper speed. I could just integrate it right here. It's already dealing with the crushed stone. That's just going to get voided. Clean this area up a bit. That's actually a better idea. Let's stop this. Test it on this one. Needed, I can always pull this back. Don't need that anymore. Just keep that like that because of how I designed it. We are having problems with this getting consumed. It is just an issue of pickup speed here. Which we can fix. We can change out the type of inserter we're using. And the big boys. Of course, that's all now going to actually stop because we don't have anything hooked up. We can clean that up. Hook that up, and then we can actually get this whole setup running. This takes a little bit of a production chain to kickstart it, would be the word. So this needs water input, which I normally manually build a bunch of holes everywhere. I'm just going to use these infinity pipes for now for testing. Need one more up here. We also need some. We are going to need some filters, wherever those are. And we're going to need a little bit of sulfur, which we have right there. So the whole thing is priming up the system. So we are going to place these into these machines in the output so it fills up the belt. I'm going to take a little bit of this charcoal, put it in here, so we're making our charcoal filters for this whole setup. Place some sulfur in here, so it goes into the whole setup down here. As we can see, that's all moving, and the other spot for charcoal, which creates carbon dioxide, which we use for our green algae. I also assume a lot of my talking about this kind of stuff makes no sense at all to any of you that haven't played Seablock. But there's production chains going on. It's the thing. But it was this whole setup right here. The purified water was backing up because it didn't have enough of a buffer, which was causing the sulfuric wastewater to overflow out when it shouldn't have been, which would break down the whole thing after about 4 hours. Okay, everything here should be going at full speed now. Mostly. Probably not, because the whole design hates me. I really should redesign it, but not tonight. But that is doing what it needs to. Yeah, everything here is moving. So we can now shift this one in. Right, that was the whole thing that I did. I set it up on a turbo belt just to kind of help split it off, keep everything moving down, even though this is only outputting about 45. So we got this one, and we line it up best we can. Fix the belt that's busted. And then we do the same little things. Oh, there's not enough water in here, that's why. Because we only put the one infinity pipe to test. That's fine. I have ads coming in shortly again. It's really just going to be me repeating this process a third time. Nobody misses out. And we can get another RoboPort down here to help. Yep, there it goes. It's going to fill this line up first. And get everything moving here. And there's ads. Usually during ads, I try to keep it minimal what I'm doing if it's something just copying. That way, nobody misses out on anything. Or I'll usually use it for a break. But we did that last hour. We don't need that again right now. Okay, so we need everything running again. Something up here is backing up. And we're having another issue of that being low again. I think it's just everything kicking back on after I made a mess of everything here. Oh, and, well, because there's nothing there, that's why. It's eventually going to run itself slow. Yeah, pipes don't make sense right now where they're going, but they will once I actually set this up. Should be soon. We actually have, I think, everything designed and running now. Should see this all filling back up again. And everybody should be back from it. Welcome back. So we're all good there. This one's starting to fill up again. And we're getting all of our sulfur going out to everything again. So this is an excessively sulfur positive loop. Okay, that all seems to be doing what it should again. Almost filled on that line. Which, as we can see, comes out here, branches out. Nice little highlight. So it's going to take a little bit for this to kick back in. We just want to make sure everything's running how it should. It's going to take a little bit for us to actually get to this full speed because some of these modules I don't have in storage, but it's not as bad as some of my other designs. Which is part of the issue with here. Everything here uses module 3s, and those require a ton of chrome. So this whole machine is basically, it has to pay for itself first. So we are going to probably redesign this whole section. What did you tell Raven? Lately, yes, it has always been chrome. Before that, it was always copper, which is the second metal that you unlock in Seablock, the first one being iron. But there is always a shortage of copper if it's not chrome or some other nightmare thing. Most of these other metals don't require so many steps as chrome, because a lot of them, they get recipes where it's a specific type of ore of that metal gets produced, and you're good. You don't have to do mixed sorting, and chrome only comes from mixed sorting of ferrous crystals. It is one of the endgame materials, and it requires you to get a mess, as we can see here. Thankfully, all of the extra materials that come from chrome can be turned into iron, which is what this whole section over here is doing. And then that all goes over here, and we're gonna make a bigger mess of warehouses here, because we're probably gonna need them. Because if we actually fill all that up, well, at that point we'll worry. We're not going to be copying that into the design, because that's one of my little power Roboport things for this design area. But everything else seems good. Everything's moving up here like it should. We're not having any used coolant issues, which is good. Everything is good. So we're going to separate that off of it. Delete it. Put a Roboport here. We are cleaning up the design to actually turn it into a proper blueprint and get it out into the real world, where our bots are going to cry trying to build it, and I'm going to cry trying to get enough room to place it down. Again, move that out of the whole design. All the infinite water pipes I don't have to worry about. We can remove those once we make the blueprint. I do have to watch for things like this. So that should be everything. So now if we were to just go to the bottom here and copy up. I didn't go all the way over enough. Give it a name, Chrome Mark II, give it a Chrome icon. And we can remove some stuff by right-clicking on them here. Save the blueprint, open it up again. We can see those are gone. Then we go over to the left, we find our infinity pipes. We can right-click those, delete them all. We see there's still an infinity chest somewhere, which is concerning, so I need to go and find that. Something somewhere. Oh, we can actually use this, I think. Does it show me where? No. Side. So I'd love to know where that one wooden power pole is in this design. There shouldn't be one anywhere. Well, that's what factory search is for. If it shows me infinity, it might not actually show those. No, it's not going to do that. Okay, so those mods don't play nice. But no results found. Oh, it's not going to find it in here. Okay. It's a little busted. That's fine. Where are you? I have to put it into the real world and figure it out from there. But that's concerning. Not there. No. Are you forgetting to put something up over here? I feel like it was up. It would have been up here. No, I think we're gonna figure it out when we place it in the real world. I am not seeing it. Oh, it's the fluorite. That's probably what it was. No, fluorite's fine. That's normal, every day, what it's supposed to be. Oh, we're gonna find out some part of this is not working, and I'm gonna hate myself. It has to be somewhere up in here. Oh, that's how. If we copy like this, it'll start showing us what we're copying. So we just gotta look for the chest up here. No. No. It's somewhere in here. Somewhere here. Oh, there it is. We were getting rid of the lime. We'll probably design something to properly get rid of the lime later. For now, just add a third warehouse. So now, if we were to remove these, remake the blueprint, delete that one. Get rid of the infinity pipes. Still no idea where that small electric pole is, but we're not going to care too much. It's doing something. It's probably down here, right? I probably set it up stupidly down here. No. That's going to bother me. It's terrible to use compared to any other power solution I have. Why? Oh, was it something from here? No. Can we find it with... There it is. I see it. What are you... Were you even powering? I don't even think you were powering something. It wasn't doing anything, so we can just remove from the blueprint. Okay, let's head back out here. Let's go to the map. Big old mess of a map. We want to try and build it over on the east side or this north area. It's going to be mainly getting used up in our circuit production area up here. So we want to have it kind of close. And that's about the size. So we were to place it about there. I'd have to clear up a decent bit. That should be doable. So we'll head up over there. While we get caught on every little thing around here. That was here, right? Nope. Down that way. We've been slowly paving everything. Took a break because we overpaved and ran into resource deficits forever. need to clear out. All this red is things that we should... It's worms that prevent our growth. They will attack us at range. But we're a little overpowered at this point, so they're not going to be too big of a problem. It's just mainly clearing them out. So we're going to go run around like an idiot like this. And then we ran out of landfill, so we have to go get more. Thankfully, once we get back down here and within range here, the bots will go bring it to us. We'll see a giant thing of bots start to flood over to us. And we'll adjust how much landfill we have on us so we can keep doing this. Should be picking up from, where's the... I know I have a storage point over here for it. Or it's lost to me. There it is. No, that's just all the bots charging. It's fine. All the bots are bringing it to me. I set up a bunch of small little... Where they are... Remember the name of things? The buffer chests? Buffer silos filled with landfill and put them on the edges of my current land. That way everything's not going to where it's getting produced, which is halfway across the map. This is what happens when you have masks. All of the tech. As I have the Power Armor Mark V, and we have it loaded up with a bunch of personal defense lasers, some shields, a ton of power, a ton of exoskeletons. We are just running around everywhere, able to do anything at this point. At least when dealing with worms. So I can stand here and take some hits. It's just eating up my shield. Let's head back down. That should be good enough for now. Get that one little area. We'll handle that with setting up some artillery. Let's see where we needed this to go again. Yep, okay. A little bit of a problem there. And our current construction range, so we are going to have to expand out slowly. We're going to try and set this all down right now, and then come back over, set up some roboports, and the bots will take care of it. So you can see they're already starting to. This little setup here should should be able to place right there. And once that gets in range to get built and gets built, we'll have some artillery up in here that can deal with all the worms up there. To get some power hooked up to these. And we can actually clear Foreman off for now. Really should get that on a hotkey. I'll add that to my to-do list. But here we go. Bots come out. They build everything. Some of the bots are older versions. They use power. They have to recharge. Other ones I have are fusion powered. They don't need to recharge. They just keep moving around, dropping items everywhere. Slowly trying to phase out the older ones. So we give it a little bit. Bots will place everything. While we're waiting for this, I gotta remember to stay in the orange sections. Otherwise, I do not get my resupply, and all the bots get confused. So, aside from games that I mentioned earlier, or anybody that has just joined and wasn't around when I asked, anybody playing Nightingale? Any other new games that came out? Helldivers 2? If you have played them, what do you think of them? Or even just a new game to what you've been playing out of the norm? What's everybody been playing recently? And there's these little artifacts laying everywhere on the ground that you can also clean up. Those are dropped by the worms. But I also produce them now, so I don't need the drops. much like Helldivers, this is my own little personal democracy here of being able to call in artillery anywhere. Which you'll see if you watch the mini-map up above me. It's outside of a lot of my radar range, but as we actually put attacks there, you'll see them land and hit everything. Just want to keep them away from all of our actual production areas, because they will attack the bots and destroy them. It's just never fun. I have to build more bots. Okay, so it is currently, it's waiting on a substation. Do that. Solar panel powers everything up. The bots will supply in artillery shells to the middle here. And these have an auto fire range, which is why we have to keep expanding out and building them. They will continually fire until they run out of ammo, clear out an area. Nice and simple. And now, while the bots are still building all this, we can actually place down some charge pads to probably help out with that. Let's go check and see if we can launch another rocket. As launching rockets are our main way of getting white science as well, which we need for some of the higher tier techs. There's a set of late game techs for developing an FTL drive, which is your final piece of making everything. And those require a lot of research. We are 2/3 of the way there. For one more rocket, load a satellite into it. That'll give us white science instead of the other stuff that we need to put into it. Where is it? We have this up here, which we were starting to work on, and we have to expand for FTL research. Which are all these ones that you can see that are yellow and red. This little thing. FTLC needs the third tier of research, and it needs 200,000 of each of these. The next ones add another color in, and it's still 200,000 of it. And that goes all the way up to white science, and then we eventually get the FTL drive, and have to build that and send it up into space. That is our main goal. That is endgame, that is finishing the mod pack. So we need to expand out and add in the other sciences, but we need to fix our chrome and other issues first. So once we finish all those, this stuff all goes a lot faster. We'll get there eventually. Pulling these little holes everywhere. Get all these bots to clean up some stuff. And once they all run away, be able to tear this down. And we're just going to tell the bots to tear it down themselves. I'm going to probably regret and have to go and find those bots somewhere in a chest. But that's a later me issue. And a lot of this map has been later me issues catching up with me. Yeah, let's sort our bots out here. Okay, let's see if we can place this blueprint down. Or do we need more room? We need more room. Okay. We have to go up that far and off to that side. Should be able to do that with all the land on me. So close. Head back down, get some more. See if we gotta move that bombardment setup. Ah, it fits in nice. Can start placing that. We're gonna remove it. So we're gonna place this like that. Start placing out the blueprint, and then we'll line it up again and add the rest. Put a bunch of stuff in our trash slot so the bots can deal with it. Because it's not my problem anymore. Bots can come to me and take it away. We do need to get this connected into the power net. And we're good on land again. Let's go finish that up. This is gonna work nowhere near the speed that it should initially, but it's gonna work better than what we have. Clear these hover nests out. Turn that back on. Come on, why aren't you placing? I hope that placed right. There we go. Pop confetti, but I don't have a button for that yet. Oh, I messed it up. There's double lines everywhere. Oh no. Oh no, abort the confetti. Control Z. Try that again. Down. Yeah, I deserve that. The whole blueprint should be in here now. Yes. Couldn't see it because I need to place some radars down within this whole mess. As it's expanding my borders. But bots are going to start to build that now. Get some charge pads around here to help them out. And my bit rate is probably going into the gutter. This is a good time to take a quick bite from some peanut jelly that Raven made for me. Thank you. I know you're watching still. We built a bunch of roboports into the design. As it expands out, it will keep building bits. But we are going to set up another bombardment down here at the end. Just to keep everything clear. Not that worms expand or anything, they are very passive in this, and I probably should have disabled them. They did give us the alien artifacts early. Which is their main reason for existing. It lets us build a few things before we actually get the ability to make the artifacts. So we need to start filling in all of our water and other things. This is going to be a bit of a process. I think I have a water input up here. No. We're using the groundwater bores everywhere. We get somewhere around down here? Yes. This is where we try to not blow ourselves up. those out. Now we have to get all these ones. Sadly, there's no way to build this into the blueprint. Otherwise, I would have. So we are good up there. This all seems good. Up here seems good. We're down to the nightmare that is these. Then we get to make a giant mess here. This had lots of holes. Alright, we want to be careful placing those. We don't want to place them all yet. We want to fill up everything up here first. Of course, we're going to be low on algae farms and other stuff that we actually need. Usually have the bots keep us very supplied on all these materials that we have to go about and place in. We are going to have to run around and find every little spot that needs a catalyst, carrier. That's going to be our hardest part of getting this going. Okay, that's everything placed there. We need to wait for that algae farm before we actually place the rest of these offshore pumps. So once I place them on the middle part, everything starts to go working and creates a giant mess, especially if it's missing parts. I'm going to wait on placing the rest of these. We're actually going to remove these ones. want to stop it from producing anything. Otherwise, we're going to be burning off a bunch of oxygen that we actually need to use. So things that I know I have to come up here and do is the catalyst down in here. Then we have to follow up everything in this mess because I know there's some that get used here and there, as well as a few spots that I believe need some sulfur to get going. Or it should get itself going once everything's built because we have a requester chest there. Down here needs some catalyst though. Oh, we need the milling drums. Have any of those on me? Yes, I do. We are currently in a deficit of a ton of materials, which is a ton of belts, ton of belts mainly. That one algae farm. But everything should be covered, yep, by bots now. I think I'm gonna get another RoboPort up here because we need to connect these in. This needs some ceramic filters. That might need a few more. We got 6. Put 8. Another catalyst. And we definitely need to get our fuel here getting produced somewhere, getting that all started. So we need a little bit of a kickstart there. Which this is coming from here. It should sort itself out once these are actually made, which I might have to hand make for now. And we're going to need to get a bunch of filters in here. These are ceramic filters again. I don't carry much on me, but keep filling it up as the bots bring more to me. So while this continues to build, I'm actually gonna, because we're almost at another hour of streaming here, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and we're gonna run ads during that. That way we get the pre-rolls dealt with a little early. So, as a good time for everybody once again. Also stretch, hydrate, take your meds, get some food, use the restroom, anything that you need to do. And I will be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we are back. A little longer. Had a slight cat issue. Let's see where the bots got to. They have done some progress, not enough. We need more filters. I should just increase the amount they supply me. I hope everybody had a interesting, quick little break there. Or a relaxing one. One of the two. Gonna have to hand build a few of these machines. So, like for twining cells, I probably did not set to autocraft, or they're stuck waiting on black circuits. Let's go see where those are at. This will show me product and storage. It'll show me if they're somewhere in the base. Oh, so we don't actually have these machines getting produced anywhere. Okay, that's fine. We can set that up. We head down here, where all of our bots are horribly busy. Let's see. We're using about half our logistics bots at the moment. And none of our construction bots, because the logistics bots have to do their job. Everything is a horribly broken nightmare. Okay, so electro twining. Okay, so we're having a problem with our titanium pipes. Why is our titanium pipe so low? Let's go find our production of titanium pipes and fix that. Something's not working right. That's going to be wherever that is. We need to increase this buffer that is requesting. That's all. That way there's more constantly flowing to it. The way that this all works, because I don't think everybody here has seen a bot mole. Going to assume. I still have some lurkers. The idea here is we are using requester and provider chests with assembly machines to have the bot bring all the materials over, create the machines, and then the machines go wherever they need to go. It's very simple that we're able to just have one of these little modules here, set up a recipe. You can shift right click on one of these and then left click onto a requester chest, and it'll set up all the materials that it needs to pull. And then the logistics bots go and find everything and do the work for me. And I don't like how this belt is empty. So that is cobalt. Our cobalt line is having problems. Let's go see what happened. That is concerning. It should not be completely empty like that. Everything's having problems. Do not have charcoal coming down. With this, we don't have charcoal here. This whole line is empty of charcoal. That's bad. Because it is barely... What is going on here? Too much is getting used somewhere. Or not enough is getting produced. And we're having problems. We are actually running into another issue here of charcoal. And that's going to slow down everything. I think we have enough room here to build one of the newer charcoal designs. Which is somewhere in here. Hello? Somewhere? Charcoal? Charcoal. Use the carbon design, just knock out part of it. I thought I made one that was just a new charcoal design. Apparently I did not. We only made a carbon one. Is that in my older book? No, that's got the really old charcoal design. Don't use that one anymore. Not one of these? No. Okay, we're gonna build one of these. Except for this part. That's concerning that that wasn't set up right. Now that's got me paranoid that I didn't set up that recipe right. I didn't. I gotta find where I set this up again. It's probably not working how it's supposed to. Okay, so while that builds, I think I only built that up north here. So that charcoal build is here, but flipped. Oh, it was a steam. Okay, it's not supposed to be connected up. These recipes have got me going cross-eyed. More so than my eyes naturally are. Now we have to fix that, because we made a mess. Now we're actually going to need it still over there. That's fine. Right, because we use that for the purified water. Simpler. I need to just start making a bunch of blue belts myself manually to help out. We are so in deficit of belts constantly. Because we are constantly expanding and we always need belts. because this is the old design, but some of the machines have been upgraded, so it kind of works. Kind of doesn't work. So we're going to hopefully have this set up, and it'll work a lot better. Now we can set it into there. We highlight this. Like that. We can see it goes down, goes through everything there. Goes up through here to everything. It'll lead out. But it's going to take a bit to build all the bits for it. We do have the algae farms now, so that means we should have the other algae farm that was up there. We're just waiting on belts everywhere. Let me make sure everything with this design is primed, ready to go. I think I designed it to just kind of place. We shouldn't have to add anything to it except for that little bit of charcoal to get it started. Oh, it needs electrolyzers. Okay. Of course. I made it complicated. We'll just shove 200 in there. That should be enough. We'll adjust it, come back and see. Yeah, because no charcoal in the system, nothing's going to work. All of our productions are going to stop. Is it everywhere in our system? Let's check our logistics network here. We've got some charcoal somewhere. We can kind of use that if I was to pull from somewhere and just set up a requester chest down here as a temporary fix. We just do this temporarily, where it is. That should pull from wherever that's coming from, at least fill the line up. Temporary fix. Let's go back up to our nightmare that we are trying to get running of Chrome. Definitely need to pave out everything here too once we are set up. And, you know, we have all the modules that we don't actually have. So nothing here is going to work right. Because all we did was accidentally add more to our debt of every machine. It should help though. Okay, so we have most of our machines up. We're still waiting on belts everywhere. We have some constructing. This is where I wish I had a time mod installed, but I haven't from the start, and I don't plan to add it. Because at this point, I would just be constantly cheating to skip time, and that's how you could. I could beat it at this point if I could just infinitely skip time, and that takes the challenge out of it. why design things and keep improving designs when you can just skip and magically have all the resources. To be fair, I will say anybody that does want to try Seablock out early on, use a time skip mod. The game has a lot of dead time in the beginning because you're waiting on the same resource to produce your land that is also used to produce your iron and your copper. And you want to get through that part of the game as fast as you can. That is where a lot of burnout happens. Okay, so we put all those in. The lacking belts is going to cause some problems, but we should at least get most of our loops almost going. Still missing belts everywhere. And the train's out of fuel. Go fill that up again shortly. Actually go and expand some more land. That's a nice little cutout area between. Give the bot something to do. Alright, that's something I should go check. I should go check for bots in the storage chests. Let's find where I've got all my different storages at. I know I set a few of them up. We want entities, we want ones that are actually built. Let's see which ones are closest. Because they'll probably be in this one. Surprisingly, none. It wouldn't be in this one. This one's way too far. It's also not one of my ones that are set up for anything to go into them. It's filtered for only this output. So I feel like I lost a few bots, but we're still good. We're not using all of our bots yet, constantly. We get some resource spikes where they'll get overworked, but that's acceptable. Let's actually go check on our charcoal production that we set up. That is very much. Oh, yeah. There's the bots. They wound up in this one. And it's a bunch. In here. It's what I like to call the lost and found. Anything that the logistics bots, construction bots don't know where to place, wind up here. And then it becomes this. I should probably sort out off stream at some point, because it's never going to be fun for anybody. Ugh. Makes me sick. Probably just going to build more of them if I ever need. Go. The train can continue. That's helping. We still haven't gotten all the belts here created. We can queue up more. Start working on that and get all these bots sorted out somewhere. Alright. That should get a few more faster bots running around everywhere. So we have a mix of tier 2, tier 3, and fusion. Fusion is tier 4s with the added ability that they don't have to recharge. Okay, so if I hang out here, all these belts I build will go and actually get placed into this. We are next to my module production. Check on that. So we have this whole thing with these belts here. This is where all the modules get produced. You can see we are short on one material, and that is black circuits, advanced processing units, whatever you want to call them. And that's our main consumer of chrome right now. So the whole thing is stuck waiting on those, because those go up here. They get used in module 2s and module 3s. And we have our speeds, our power efficiency, and our productivity modules. So these will go and start to create a few more, and then eventually run out of materials again. But these are also slowly feeding the modules back into this production design. And will also be eventually feeding other stuff, so it's all doing what it needs to. These belt shortages are driving me crazy though. Gotta be a way to make it go faster. Let's go take a look at the bot mole and see where it's broken up there. Those should be getting built around here. Shut off our exoskeleton. What are you waiting for? Cobalt steel gears. Just here, you're not getting enough. Is that belt's not keeping up enough? So we're gonna get a requester chest in to help, because I removed that for some reason. Always past me doing something stupid. Cobalt steel plates. We do have some in the logistics network, so That should help the gears get produced, which will help other stuff. And we finally finished worker robot speed 8. All of our bots are moving another 65% faster. I believe that used up all of our white research for now. Go take a quick little walk over here and see. We still have, I want to say about 900 with what's in the labs here. This is my nightmare of initial starter base that is still in use. It's a mess. I don't want to touch it, but it's still core to a bunch of stuff that I'm building. Too afraid to tear it apart because I don't think I'll ever get it working again. But most of my research is produced here, or somewhere around here. So let's see if we got something that needs about 1,000 white. That's a useless tech. And no, not really. We can start FTLC, but it's going to trickle because it's only going to use these research facilities. It's not going to use the whole thing that I designed up north to really power through the FTLs because we never set up blue science on it yet. And our only backlog of blue science is one tiny chest up here. Which is not a lot. Let's see. This is going a little faster. That's good. Actually get our belts created. I have a bunch on me. Let's go wander back down there and get them all placed. Some of these, my bots, personal bots, might not place because they're currently en route from another bot. But that's fine. We're getting most of it done. Okay, this is now all starting to actually produce. Let's watch it, make sure everything's doing what it needs to. Groundwater bores going into electrolyzers. The electrolyzers are creating slag. Slag's getting crushed. It's getting shoved into water again to make mineralized water. Just going up into the algae farms to feed making green algae. Green algae then gets condensed down into bricks, burnt, turned into charcoal. Charcoal initially splits back. It's turned into carbon dioxide to keep the algae farms going. And then any profit goes up here. So we should be good enough to remove that for now. We'll come back and see how our line's doing. Because wherever I'm pulling from is eventually going to give out. It's going to have its own problems. But that should help out with our lineup. Oh, we're probably pulling from this, which is where we're trying to get stuff to go. So we need to fix that. So we'll do that. We'll make sure that this is all going a priority up this way and then goes into that. Should help keep the line completely filled. And eventually everything will balance back out again. Now that we have solid production going there. We're still having some problems here. Because this has to get through all of this, which also needs to catch itself up. It's fine. It's working on it. It's doing its thing. It's trying its best. Okay, looks like we're starting to have some problems with some red circuits. It's our aluminium. What's going on here? Got fuel. Issue is drive light is running light, which don't think there's much else we can do to get that moving faster. We could try putting in module 2s instead of the module 1s. I don't have that many on me. Oh, that's about the best we're going to do. And that's what we'll have to deal with. I know I have some getting produced elsewhere, but it should have been set up on this. If I do have it, that's fine. Everything will be fine. It'll catch up again. Right, we need to put belts everywhere in here to finish getting this going. Which we're getting parts moving. It's getting there. There's some progress in this. We just need to get enough belts to connect everything here. Let's see if we can find the next issue that's happening with our belt production, which is probably the aluminium shortage. Yep. Okay, let's go find the other spot that we should be making it. Thankfully, we have a mod to find where we have stuff. That's, yeah, not a lot. Something is busted. And it's still producing slow because it's missing modules. Okay. And that was our 3 silos, are the ones right here. do have some plates at least. Weird that it's not picking those up. Something wrong with my logistics network. Part's not connected properly. That might be part of it. Might be jumping too far. Probably not. Let's see what we can get this moving any bit faster. I was trying to do something. Yeah, we were doing something funky down here. I think we're going to expand on. So we're gonna clean that a little bit. Do a 1-to-6 split. Because most of our issue is due to the lack of modules. We're not making enough slag. So that should at least help that part make slag. Clean our inventory up a little bit. Some of these machines we don't need to be carrying on us out of our inventory. And we're still trying to make a bunch of belts, so get there eventually. But that should get us a little bit more speed. So that's where the belt should be pulling from. Ah, running out of that now. Just have that fully fill up. We are having an issue of cobalt steel bearings, which are right here. And why are we having problems with these? Because we can't make enough steel bearing balls. No, it is going crazy. That might help a bit. That seems to be helping. help counterbalance a bit. Now we're out of red belts. And that's where I start to get very concerned because I think the only spot I'm making red belts is in the old base. Let's see. Oh no. It's only being produced over here. Okay, there's a decent amount there at least. Uncap it so it holds more. Maybe I just need to be requesting more of them. Keep more in the flow. Yeah, we're still having some cobalt bearing issues. That's helping. Let's get rid of that. Just go for pure speed, which is not helping. So if we do that, we're getting some productivity, but it slows it down. Counters with the speed module. Oh my god, I completely missed you in there, Cypher Cat. How are you doing? If you're still here. Good to see. So, Cypher Cat has also been working on Seablock. I think he's been up to modules. Did you finally get all the modules figured out? Let's give you a shout out here.
It's waiting for a signal. It's too warm in the room to do this.
It's a good use of the train, though, and a good nickname for it. We are still having Chrome issues that we've been having for the past few sessions. But at least you have leveled 0 modules. That's a good start, and then you'll wind up making 1, 2, and 3 all at the same time. I need to go and see how my Chrome is doing on getting produced here. Still building out the entire new design. We can pull that up in production statistics. green circuits. It looks like we're doing about 2.8. And most of that production we can actually go and look at right now. That's this line. You'll probably want it. This is not enough green circuits. I can guarantee it's not enough green circuits. This whole design is not doing enough for me. Let's see, this is our current chrome design. We're slowly getting more belts into. At least there's some bots on the way with all those. We are going to need to get the little weird catalysts into here eventually. So I believe the easiest way is to pull some sodium sulfate. Just place it in there and it'll split in weird. Cyber, the fun thing is dealing with the Chrome 3, processing 3. It has sulfur and sodium that all split off and recombine at different points. And it is this tiny little nightmare right here on screen. Chrome is needed in so many things. The advanced processing units, black circuits, are just used in every late game bit of everything. And they need so much chrome. Also needed for Module 2s, Module 3s. Still don't have all this running yet. Oh, and that I need to kickstart. Oh, it's up here, this one. Now we got that one going. Alright, the crushed stone will come from the slag. It'll turn into crushed stone. It'll turn into mineralized for this thing. Comes from part of the process here once this all starts doing its thing. Which nothing's doing its thing yet. Getting there. Why aren't you doing the thing anymore? What broke? You are waiting on sulfur. We get enough sulfur in the system here. we might run into an issue. Maybe I can get this moving a little bit if I place some sulfur in. That's why we hold on to sulfur. That gets this going. Fine that we're missing some of those right now. But we need sulfuric acid over here. Why is that not working? It's coming from somewhere up here that's not doing its thing yet. It's waiting on purified water from something that's not doing what it should be. Why did I do that? I completely messed this up. There's no way to prime it because it needs the sulfuric wastewater. The ferric chloride should also be doing things. But it needs some iron ore, so I need some iron ore on me to get this going. And we can steal some purified water from here. To get that going. In theory. Yep, because now we got some sulfur wastewater going. That'll sort itself out. So, here. Something with this whole setup. Something here is not doing what it should be at. Not getting any carbon monoxide. Oh, we gotta go chase another pipe down. It's supposed to be coming from way up here. So, this. Why don't we have any carbon yet? Because this needed some slag to get itself going. Okay, so that should get that going, hopefully. Getting a little bit down here. To start. I knew this thing was going to be a nightmare to get started. Which at this point, I'm Now did two. Put an electrolyzer down. Just to get some slag. That'll get us the mineralized water and get this whole thing going. But, of course, it's kind of going nowhere. Ferric chloride. I should have the ore on me now. There we go. The loop should start now. Yeah, now we're getting that, so we don't need this whole setup. The coolant line is primed and good. This is still waiting on this whole thing to get going. Everything's waiting on fuel. Why? Why? Okay, that should be enough to keep this loop going. Still need some fuel in these. We'll just place something in them. I think that was supposed to get charcoal eventually. So, see everyone back shortly from ads, if you get them. Not like they're going to miss much as we are staring at this whole thing trying to make it work. But it is starting to loop, which is good. It's not going to loop perfectly because we have to go in and get a bunch of productivity modules and manually bring them up here. But it's a start. At least if it's trickling some chrome, we're good. That was our other problem of priming it. We need some chrome ingots to get the loop going. Let's go get some chrome ingots from elsewhere. This is the weirdest loop of chrome and chrome accessories. Okay, that should... Yeah, there we go, chrome. Somehow this nightmare has actually started to produce stuff. That's actually a decent amount until the backlog stops. Everything is still getting up to speed. Considering we're still missing an entire set of buildings here. Is it 5 leaching plates? Okay. Definitely moving now, finally. But the productivity modules that are missing are going to be one of the bigger problems. I think I accounted for them missing to some extent. With this producing a ton of iron as a byproduct. Oh, I don't know what to do with it now. Should have probably turned a little bit of this into steel as well, but it's fine. Start shutting off some of our other iron production once this starts to build up a nice buffer. And we do need to rework these at some point, so I'm going to make a note of that and try to come up with a plan. Because it takes me a bit to figure these things out, and it's easier for me to do off stream. Otherwise, you're going to see a lot of dead time as I bash my head against the wall. Well, let's see, any other materials? Still the aluminium we're going to have to come back to as well. And tin copper wires, which is probably a copper issue. Not tin, copper wires, it's solder. Why is this having an issue? Because of the tin. Why is the tin going slow still? Because the steertite is backlogged. Oh, we've hit a bottleneck here. That should help. Wait for the bots to improve the belt. We're apparently producing more than what this area can take. Okay. That should help. Try to upgrade these modules a bit. Get it working a little faster. Upgrade the buildings as well to the green variant, which will also increase speed. But that should help. The aluminium is just a weird lost cause over here that I gotta figure out how to fix. We need more going this way. Don't need the quest or chest here. Keep forgetting to remove this song. There we go. But we should be able to pull from else. Come on. Why is there none in logistics? There should be a ton. I know, because I saw them. Look, I'm going to go over to it right now. It was somewhere over here. Somewhere. Factory search, where are you? Help. Oh, I'm stuck in machines. No, not the puffers. We've got... Oh, because they're already queued for other stuff. Okay. Should still help, eventually. So many supply issues. We need to fix our aluminium a bit somehow, at some point. That comes down to tracing back here. Jive light shortages. Really can't get that moving any faster. No, we probably can if we get more purified water going down line. What a mess. This, I don't know how I'm going to fix this. I can't get enough water going through here. This whole area is just a nightmare, so we're going to have to come back and fix the purified water over here, which seems to be our main issue. If we toggle on the pipe visualization, it's just everywhere. I probably have to split it up because we're probably hitting throughput limits at this point. I think I'm actually going to do that for our next session of this. I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing tomorrow night. I might continue this. I might do some more 16 times population zomboid. I will be figuring that out tomorrow. But for now, I think I'm actually going to call it for the night. So we are going to go and raid over to somebody else. Let's see if there's anybody else doing a Seablock. Not a problem, Cypher. I like doing this. It's fun to hang out with people. And if people like hanging out here, make sure you follow. Don't have to subscribe. Following is good enough. But the subscriptions do help. Anyway, I'm not seeing anybody doing Seablock right now, so we're going to go shift over to Shifty Games. They raided Ultrasaurus the same time that I did a few nights ago. We apparently raided within 4 seconds of each other with 7 people each. It was a little funny. They are currently playing Helldivers 2. They are a great person. I've watched a few of their streams since that happened. And with that, we're going to start this raid. Pop over there, say hi. I don't have any raid message or anything. Oh, with that, take care. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow night. Bye.